morning. I'd like to start off this public hearing by the Senate Select Committee by acknowledging the contribution of our former committee members, former Senator Elena Smith and former Senator Beverly Williams, and thanking them for their contributions to the work of the committee. I also take this opportunity to warmly welcome Senator Antonio Herrera and Senator Glenfield Dennison for their joining of the committee, and we look forward to their contributions to the work of this committee moving forward. Welcome, Senators. To the nation, I say that on behalf of the Senate Select Committee, we extend our gratitude and I will say appreciation for those witnesses who have appeared to date to ensure that this Senate Select Committee achieves its mandate under the motion. Their information, their sharing, their documentation all helps to ensure that the report to be produced by this Senate Select Committee is thorough, fact-based, and that therefore its recommendations will help to inform necessary changes or to affirm existing regulations, etc. But I also take this opportunity on behalf of the members of the Senate Select Committee that your committee will not shy away from using its powers under the law to ensure that those witnesses whom the committee has determined can share pertinent information appear before the committee. I want to highlight that those powers, as they exist now, are quite draconian, and we do not use that word lightly. It is quite draconian. And we really and truly do not want to have to resort to such mechanisms, even though we are reminded that those draconian powers are being applied to Belizeans today by the courts. We really don't want to use those draconian measures until absolutely we have no choice and it is a measure of last resort. We highlight that because, again, as we said, we are charged to conduct ourselves quite similarly to that of a court, and we are determined as this committee to meet expeditiously and with urgency our mandate to produce a report, and we need that information and those witnesses to appear to provide that information in order to do so. I also take this opportunity on behalf of the committee to highlight to any witnesses, anyone in writing or verbal that would seek to defame, slander, or libel any member of this committee. The committee will not be bullied or intimidated into not using its powers to ensure that that does not happen, and that if it does happen, that we will take every action empowered under the law to defend itself against any such accusations. Last but certainly not least, the committee very warmly welcomes the students of Fabian Cayetano Primary School in Bladen, Toledo District. Good morning, boys and girls. I understand some of you woke up at 4 o'clock this morning to be here with us. Is that true? Thank you so much. Boys and girls, I'm sure your teachers and chaperones will help to answer any questions that you have about today. But please know this is your parliament at work. And we look forward to the day when you will seek to embrace your roles as constructive Belizeans Whether it's in or without Parliament, you play a role in upholding our democracy. So thank you in advance and welcome. I will now proceed to read into the record the motion as approved by the Senate. The motion for the appointment of a special select committee to investigate all documents, communications, and processes tied to the signing of the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and to investigate all documents, communications, and processes that resulted in the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, being presented to Cabinet accompanied by draft legislation as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo number 84 of 2023, dated May 15, 2023. Whereas paragraph D of section 61A(2) of the Constitution of Belize provides that among the powers and functions of the Senate is instituting and conducting of inquiries and investigations on any matter of public interest or importance, at paragraph G thereof, requiring the attendance before it of any chief executive officer in a government ministry in respect of any matter of which he has knowledge by virtue of his office, or in respect of anything related to his office and the due execution of his duties, and at paragraph H thereof, requiring the attendance before any committee of the Senate of any minister of government. And whereas the public has become aware of a signed document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and given that that document has been subsequently presented to Cabinet along with draft legislation as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo number 84 of 2023, with certain recommendations from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, and within the context of questions regarding the legality of the contents of that document. And whereas the government has committed to fight corruption and work to restore confidence in government, and tabled same in a good governance motion in January 2021 to signal serious but meaningful reform and open and accountable governance to all Belizeans. And whereas the government acknowledges and heeds the call of citizenry, including several of the social partners represented in the Senate through the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, BCCI, and the Belize Business Bureau, BBB, and the Evangelical Association of Churches, EAC, the National Trade Union Congress of Belize, NTUCB, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, in recognition of that chronology, communications, and legality tied to this agreement are matters of public importance, and that in the interest of ensuring good governance and compliance with organizational best practice and statutory requirements, it is desirable that the Senate exercises its powers and functions under the Constitution of Belize to conduct an inquiry into and investigate this agreement. And whereas Standing Order number 69 of the Senate Standing Orders, which are further herein referred to, provides for the appointment of a special select committee other than a standing committee by order of the Senate, which shall specify the terms of reference of the committee, including its composition. And whereas Standing Order number 70 provides, among other things, that every select committee shall be so constituted as to ensure as far as possible that the balance of the parties in the Senate is reflected in the committee. And whereas Standing Order number 72 provides authority to enable the Special Select Committee to summon witnesses to a sitting thereof, now be it resolved that the Senate shall approve the appointment pursuant to Standing Order number 69 of a Special Select Committee of the Senate, herein referred to as the committee, with the following terms of reference and composition. To conduct an independent and impartial investigation and inquiry into the signing of the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and to determine which, if any, established procedures and/or investment policy were followed, to determine what advice, policy, or basis the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, relied upon to prepare Cabinet Confidential Memo 84 of 2023, recommendations and draft legislation, and subsequently submitted for Cabinet's consideration and approval. Into all communications and documentations tied to the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020. Into all communications and documentations tied to the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, being presented to Cabinet along with related draft legislation as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo number 84 of 2023 in May 15, 2023, with certain recommendations from the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations. To require the production of such communications and documentations, papers and records as the committee shall deem relevant to the inquiry and to examine pertinent documentation. To determine whether, consequent on the investigation and inquiry, statutory and other procedures were complied with. To require the attendance before the committee of former ministers of government, current ministers of government, signatories of the agreement, and/or those who may have information by virtue of his office which may be relevant to the inquiry pursuant to Section 61A 2G of the Constitution of Belize. To require the attendance before the committee of those heads of departments, regulatory committees, and/or those who may have information by virtue of his office or responsible for and involved with the issuance of environmental compliance, clearance permits, et al., and/or any other official of government who may have information which may be relevant to the inquiry pursuant to Section 61A 2H of the Constitution of Belize. To require the attendance before the committee of all such current and former public officers in the ministries responsible for investment and trade, economic development, finance, tourism, etc., as well as those responsible for ports, environment, etc., pursuant to Standing Order number 72 of the Senate Standing Orders, as well as to produce any relevant communication, papers, and records of the ministry, departments, et al., as may be necessary to conduct its inquiry and investigation. To examine all such persons required to attend before the committee as witnesses pursuant to Standing Order number 72 of the Senate Standing Orders, to hold and conduct its citizens and meetings in public and broadcast live, except for sittings which are held only for the purpose of deliberation of the matters which are the subject of the committee, which sittings shall be held in private. That the committee shall hold its hearings with due urgency and expedition in accordance with Standing Order number 75 of the Senate Standing Orders, make a report to this Honorable Senate as soon as may be practicable of the result of its inquiries, with all such comments and recommendations as the committee may deem fit, furnishing this Honorable Senate with a full statement of its proceedings and of the reasons leading to its conclusions and recommendations. That the report shall be tabled in this Honorable Senate and become a public document. All committee members shall be allowed sufficient time and equal opportunity to question witnesses and shall be permitted to question each witness who attends a sitting. Each witness shall be afforded the opportunity, pursuant to Standing Order number 7213 of the Senate Standing Orders, to review his or her evidence and the findings of the report, and shall have the opportunity to suggest corrections due to inaccurate reporting within 14 days of the date from which the report was sent to the witness by the clerk. The committee shall be permitted to hire attorneys, accountants, and such other experts as required by the committee. The office of the Senate shall be the office of the Secretariat of the committee. The composition of the Special Select Committee. That the committee be appointed consisting of 7 senators as follows. 2 from those appointed on the advice of the Prime Minister, 1 from those appointed on the advice of the Leader of Opposition, the 1 appointed on the advice of the Belize Council of Churches and the Evangelical Association of Churches, the 1 appointed on the advice of the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Belize Business Bureau, the 1 appointed on the advice of the National Trade Union Congress and Civil Society Steering Committee, and the 1 appointed on the advice of the non-governmental organizations. The senators who are members of the committee shall, at the first meeting of the committee, elect a chair of the committee, and the quorum of the committee shall be 4. Clerk, kindly call in the first witness so we can swear him in.
It's on. I, Sanjay Hachandani, do swear that the evidence I shall give to the Senate Special Committee touching the matters in the question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Hachandani. I first, on behalf of the committee, want to take this opportunity to apologize to you that you did appear here previously when we had to postpone for reasons beyond the committee's control. So we do want to thank you for having appeared previously and for again returning today. Please note that should you require it, I will ask the staff to follow up with you to ensure that you will be compensated for any mileage in getting here. We appreciate your time, and as you may have heard from the back room, that we are very appreciative of witnesses who are here to help the committee in determining information relevant to our inquiry. So let me start there. In terms of protocol, Mr. Hachandani, we have invited you to appear to answer questions. We fully appreciate that it is your right to bring an attorney, but please note that the committee will only be taking answers from yourself. Your attorney has full access to you and to speak to you, but if you could be the one to answer the questions, that is how we will go forward. At any point whatsoever, if you would like to request a suspension to confer with your attorney before answering a question or to get guidance on any matter whatsoever, please just indicate and we will take the suspension for however long you and your attorney may need to confer before we resume. Do you have any questions? Okay. We have previously afforded those who appear here the opportunity to make a personal statement. So I ask you at this time if you would like to do so. Okay, you can turn on your mic. Sure, no problem. You can step away if you would like. He will not.
Is it okay if he says no?
Just you. No, just Mr. Hachandani. That has been the protocol we established, so we cannot give you privileges that we have not afforded others. So that, sorry, Mr. Cave.
As it pleases you, Madam Chair.
It does not please me, sir. Please, I have just outlined that we have asked Mr. Hachandani to be here. We will be getting responses from Mr. Hachandani. You are here to consult him.
It is, I was just making the point, Madam Chairperson. and as
Sorry, Mr. Cave. Would you like a suspension so that the clerk and the committee can explain to you that only Mr. Hachandani will be answering?
Not at all. I
Sorry,
was simply
can you
making the
please
point to
take
you.
off your microphone, please, sir?
Yeah.
Because I don't know where the lack of clarity is. Only Mr. Hachandani is invited. You are here to consult and to be available to Mr. Hachandani. Mr. Hachandani, is that clear to you? I will not be addressing your attorney further. I am addressing you. We believe you, Mr. Hachandani, has information relevant to the committee. We welcome you to have your attorney present, but you are the one we want to hear from, sir. Is this your personal statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please go
Madam
ahead.
Chairperson, Senators of the Special Select Committee, good morning. My name is Sanjay Hachandani. Can you hear me? Sure. I'm a businessman and resident of Belize City. I'm involved in various businesses, including that of real estate development. Most of those businesses are conducted through companies. I'm here voluntarily pursuant to the invitation that this committee has extended. I'm willing to provide answers to this committee, provided that any information sought by this committee falls within the terms of reference. In that context, I wish to state the following. I'm not now, nor have I ever been, a public officer in this or any previous government. I'm not a beneficial owner or director of Portico Enterprise Limited, which is now public knowledge, is a party to the definitive agreement. I was not involved in the formulation, negotiation, or drafting of the definitive agreement, nor am I able to assist this committee with any information as to how the definitive agreement was formulated, negotiated, or drafted. I was not part of the process nor involved in the presentation of the definitive agreement to Cabinet, and I'm not able to assist this committee in determining how the said agreement was presented to Cabinet for approval. I was not aware of the existence of this so-called definitive agreement until such time as it became public knowledge. In the letter dated February 9, 2024, addressed to my attorney, this committee communicated that the purpose for which the committee extended an invitation to me to testify was to verify whether I or my registered companies own several parcels of land east of Northern Lagoon, of which some are all ended up at Portico. I wish to state on the advice of counsel that any questions related to my personal ownership of any land or that of any company I beneficially own or private matters which are outside the scope of the committee's terms of reference. As such, I wish to exercise my right to decline to answer any questions which relate to such topics. In any event, as noted by my attorney in his letter, February 26 addressed to the committee, the facts related to my ownership of lands or that or any which company I beneficially own can be verified by the records available both in the company's registry and that of land's registry. As such, my testimony on those matters are unnecessary in addition to being outside of the range of the matters this committee is empowered to investigate. That is my opening statement.
Thank you very much. Senators, who would like to start with the question? Sorry. Oh, can you take off your microphone? There's a echo. Tap it one more time until I like. Thank you. Senator Herrera.
Good morning again, Mr. Hachandani, and thanks again for being here. We have a number of questions related to a number of companies, and I would like your clarification in terms of bringing some clarity on these companies and the properties that they held, properties that we believe later became part of the Portico lands. And so that is where the relevance of the questions are coming from. Are you familiar with the company Keystar Limited?
Yes,
Fire Sky Limited?
yes,
Vision Project Limited?
yes,
Alkaline Limited?
yes,
Building Blocks Limited?
yes,
Kill Switch Limited?
yes,
Build Zone Limited?
yes.
Are you a director of any of those companies or all of those companies?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Are you a shareholder of those companies?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
These companies, Mr. Hochanani, was, I believe, incorporated on 26th of November 2019. Could you state what the purpose of those companies were for? I mean, were they to hold real estate property or were those to carry out...
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
So, but like I had mentioned, Mr. Chandani, is that these companies were involved in land transactions that later became part of the Portico lands. And so I think there's a clear relevance to them. And so I don't know where the conclusion is drawn that there's no relevance to the matter being investigated. But these companies all held lands that were sold to Portico, and so that is what we're trying to get at. We're trying to get a better understanding of, and so it would be very useful if you would help us in that regard. So you're not prepared to answer the purpose of those companies, you said?
Yeah, on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Are these real estate companies?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Do these companies have other officers who would not be yourself, who may run the affairs of them on a day-to-day basis? Like a CEO, a managing director?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Now I'll get right to our terms of reference, sir. Keystar Limited purchased 50.1, well, Keystar Limited acquired 50.1 acres of land in east of Northern Lagoon, I believe. That land was later sold, I believe, to Portico Limited. Would you confirm that Keystar Limited sold 50.1 acres to Portico Limited?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
I'll pause for now, and then I'll pick it up again.
Senator Denison?
Grateful, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hochandani. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
I would like to invite you to request advice of counsel as it relates to Section 13 of the Legislative Assembly Powers and Privileges British Honduras Orders number 23 of 1962. The clerk would be obliged to furnish you with a copy.
Are you familiar with that section?
Yes.
Okay. He's prepared to proceed. Thank you.
Chair, I yield to Senator Herrera for continuation of his questions.
Thank you. Senator Herrera?
Yes, I'd just like to continue with the line of questioning, if I may, Madam Chair. Can you, Mr. Hochandani, tell us how you became aware that lands were available in this area?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Were you the functionary who were acting on behalf of these companies during the time of these land acquisitions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Can you describe the process that you went through in applying for these properties?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
There were 7 companies that acquired 9 parcels, each around 50 acres. Can you describe the process for applying for these properties, please?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Our records are showing that the lease for these properties were applied for on the 16th of October 2020 and approved 4 days later on October 20th, 2020. Can you confirm that that was so, sir?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
And then title was granted. Title was granted on November 4th, 2020, which would have been 14 days after the lease was approved. Can you confirm that that was so, sir?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Do you deny that the lease was was acquired on the 20th of October, and the title was granted on November 4, 2020.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Who in the Ministry of Lands, or you or the persons who represented those companies in these transactions dealing with, sir?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your questions as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Did you meet with the commissioner at any time during this period, while these transactions were being effected?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Did you meet with the then Minister of Lands during the time when these transactions were being effected?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
These 7 of the, well, our records are showing that 7 of the 9 parcels or properties were sold to Portico on 9th of June 2022. Was that so, sir?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Can you confirm that the total acreage of all these properties were 450 acres?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
How did you learn or find out, sir, that Portico was interested in purchasing these properties?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Apart from these land transactions, have you worked with or assisted Portico in any capacity during, before, or after these transactions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Senator Kal.
Good morning, Mr. Sanjay. I have a few questions. Are you familiar with Portico Enterprise Limited?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Are you aware, are we aware of any possible investment at or around east of Northern Lagoon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Mr. Sanjay, with all due respect, these are general questions that I'm asking. Are you familiar with Portico Enterprise Limited?
I'm familiar with the company.
Sorry?
Yes, I am familiar.
Can you elaborate on your familiarity with the company?
Oh, I'm familiar with what's in the public knowledge.
Can you speak in the mic? I can't
Sorry,
hear you.
I'm just familiar with what's in the public knowledge.
Can you explain what is that, sir? The public knowledge?
That they're trying to build a port.
You're trying to build a port. Have you had any encounter with any directors of the said company?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Again, sir, with all due respect, these are general questions I'm asking.
I have to go based on the
said
advice.
Mr. Sanjay, we have a document here. You said earlier that you were familiar with Keystar Limited, Fire Sky Limited, Vision Project Limited, Alkaline Limited, Building Blocks Limited, Killswitch Limited, and BuildZone Limited. What is your familiarity with these companies?
Just give him the standard answer.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Are you familiar with Vision Project Limited?
Sorry?
That's another one.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Killswitch Limited?
Yes, I believe you asked me that earlier.
Okay. Chair, do you mind giving this document to Mr. Sanjay?
Sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Sanjay, the chair just gave you a document which state the names of these companies. And this document is saying that you're director to these companies. Can you confirm or deny that?
Yes.
Sorry, what?
Yes, I'm a director of the
You're
company.
directors of those companies.
Yes.
So then I will read it out for the record. Are you a director of Keystar Limited?
Yes.
Are you a director of Fire Sky Limited?
Yes.
Are you a director of Vision Project Limited?
Yes.
Are you a director of Alkaline Limited?
Yes.
Are you a director of Building Blocks Limited?
Yes.
Are you the director of Killswitch Limited?
Yes.
Are you the director of BuildZone Limited?
Yes.
Are you the director of Vision Project Limited?
Yes.
Mr. Sanjay, again I refer you to that document. Keystar Limited purchased 50.1 acres of land on east of Northern Lagoon for $33,193 on the 4th of November 2020. Can you confirm that, sir, since you are a director of the company?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Did you, sir, sold that same land to Portico Enterprise Limited for $15,000 as stated on this document?
Sorry. On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
I will ask a general question again. Did you at any point sold any lands to Portico Enterprise Limited?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Are you aware of any projects around eastern Northern Lagoon that was done by Portico Enterprise Limited?
On the, if it's public knowledge, yes.
It's public knowledge?
Yeah.
Were you aware of it before it became public knowledge?
No.
I will pause for now, Chair.
Colleagues, with your permission, may I just ask one formal question? You referred to, in your opening statement, documents provided to companies' registry. Can I reference, and I believe it holds for all of them, but at minimum for Alkaline, BuildZone, key star at the objects for which the company is established, can you confirm that at 3.2, to carry on the business of acquiring, holding, developing, and selling real estate, has that, under your company's memorandum of understandings, has that changed since you registered the company in November of 2019?
I cannot recall.
Sorry?
I cannot recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before you leave, maybe you can just confirm to the committee if your MOAs have changed, just so that we know that that holds in terms of the purpose, the objects for which the companies have been established.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'd be able to do it before I leave, but
Yes, to get the information to the committee.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Bengushe?
Mr. Sanjay, just one question for you. Can you give perhaps a time frame as to when you became director of the said companies, the question that was asked of you earlier? Approximately?
I cannot recall.
An approximate time as to when you became the director of these companies. Is there any set time frame?
I cannot recall.
Just to follow up on Bishop's question, 2236 Albert Hoy Street, is that your address?
No.
Whose address is that?
I think that's a company's address originally.
Okay, so this is an office building?
It was a registered address. I'm not sure if it's an office building or...
Yes.
But that's not the current address. I
It's-
believe it's changed. Sorry.
Sorry. The addresses of the companies have changed, you said? Okay. But I'm asking you to confirm to the committee, at the time when these companies were registered in 2019, we have it here as November, says the registered office of the company will be situated at 2236 Albert Hoy Street, Belize City, Belize.
I
At
can
one
con-
point, did you live there?
No. I
Did you-
can confirm that that's not my address.
Currently. Was it ever your address?
No.
Was there any other business? How it is that as a director, you selected that location? Who is the owner of the property?
Who the owner of the property is?
Okay, so just for my clarity, you have no awareness, knowledge, anything that you can share with the committee in terms of 2236 Albert Hoy Street? Sorry.
No.
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 Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Senator Bennett Moody?
Good morning, Mr. Sanjay
Good morning.
Kochandani and your legal counsel. Based on our terms of reference, I refer you to G. It says to examine all such persons required to attend before the committee as witnesses pursuant to Standing Orders number 72 of the Senate Standing Orders. Having established and identifying that specific terms of reference, the documentation that has been placed before you and before your legal counsel is indicating that your name is assigned to 9 parcels of land at 50 acres each. Are you the sole directors of those 9 parcels?
I'm not aware of my name being assigned to 9 parcels.
So the document that is in front of you, your
That-
name
that-
by
that-
correction is Sanjay
Sanjay Hachandani.
Hanchandani, correct?
Correct.
You have admitted that you are aware and you are the director of those 9 parcels or those 9 companies that have been allotted 50 acres of land per company. I'm asking, are you the sole director of those 9 companies?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Will you at any time be able to assist the committee to be able to execute its work in the best interest of our country and our people?
I mean, I believe that's why I showed up.
Okay. What information can you provide to us regarding what is before us right now as a nation, as the business owner, as you have identified yourself to be, given the fact that you have stated that you are the director of those specific companies who have been allotted 50 acres of land in a specific part of our country, times 9?
I mean, I'm not able to help. I was never part of the process nor involved with the definitive agreement
Okay.
that I mentioned opening statement.
So you are saying to us in the Senate and to the country that none of these 9 companies has any implication or in any way tied to the Portico agreement. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Mr. Khachandani, should it come to the committee's attention that there are any documents with your signature to confirm that these transfers happen or that monies were exchanged as listed here in terms of the purchase price, would you make yourself available to confirm that that is your signature?
Yeah, on the basis of my counsel's advice, yes.
On the basis of,
My counsel advice, I have
to confirm whether it's your signature?
not my signature, to just discuss it with him before I could confirm anything.
Okay.
Is there any documents that you want me to review right now?
Not at this time.
Okay.
But I'm
So
asking
saying
in
at that time, I
advance.
would have to ask him. I can't speak for the future, but
Okay. But in
I
terms
would
of
need
the
to confirm.
past, are you aware of any documents that contain your signature to confirm that these,
cannot recall.
you cannot recall?
Yeah.
So they may exist.
Yeah, I can't recall at the moment.
Are you aware of, when you registered your companies, of the duties and liabilities and responsibilities of being a director of a company registered in Belize?
Yes,
So you are aware there are specific legislative and other requirements for being a director?
yes.
Okay. Just confirming. Apologies. Anyone else? Senator Cow?
Mr. Sanjay, earlier you confirmed to us that you are the directors of these 9 companies. Did at any point these companies applied for lands at east of Northern Lagoon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer a question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Can you verify this document that we just presented to you, that there's any factual basis on this document?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
The document we presented to you, and is a public document, can you confirm or verify that any data on this document is true or accurate?
Sorry, could you repeat it? Please?
The document we presented
Sorry,
to
Senator, apologies.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, just for the purposes of the recording and the transcription, the staff is asking that you bring the microphone closer to you, just to make sure we have you covered. Thank you. No, you're fine, thank you.
I'll repeat my question. The document presented to you earlier, and you confirming that you are directors to these 9 companies, can you
Yes.
verify or confirm to us that there is any truth to what is on this document?
I mean, I can't verify the document. I could verify that I am a director of these companies. The entire document is not only about me. So I don't know. Speaking about myself, yes, I can confirm the companies that you mentioned to me. Yes, I am directors.
Okay, let's look at the first 5, just the first 5 companies. All the way to your right. Can you confirm that what is the data that is on this document is true or false?
All I can confirm on this document that yes, I'm a director of the said companies.
Mr. Sanjay, as you're aware, any development that needs to happen in Belize within the country, especially a cruise port, would need land. And the reason why we have you here today is because we believe that you can assist us, the committee, and the country of Belize to understand how this definitive agreement came about. And this document that we presented to you is showing that Keystar Limited sold land to Portico Enterprise Limited. Yes. So I'll start from where I started earlier. The reason we have you here today is because we believe that you can assist us, the committee, the Senate, and the people of Belize to understand how Portico, an interested party in our country that wanted to invest in a cruise port. And as you're aware, any development as such would need lands, seabed for it to operate. And this document is saying that Keystar Limited, which you confirmed to us that you are a director to the said company, and this document is saying that Keystar Limited and the other companies sold land to Portico Enterprise Limited. As the director of these companies, are you aware that lands were sold to Portico Enterprise Limited?
I'm sorry, because I still don't understand the question. You're asking me if I'm aware that other lands, or you're speaking specific about these companies?
These companies that you're a director of sold land to Portico Enterprise Limited.
So to answer you, all the information here on this, I believe is part of public records and can be verified.
As the director, sir, can you verify this to us? Is what we're asking.
At the moment, I cannot recall. I can't confirm any of this other than that I am a director. I don't know the dates. I don't know. As of now, I can't. I don't have any documentation that I brought. I was not asked to bring anything, so I can't recall or confirm.
If we ask you for these documents, can you then provide the committee
On the advice of my attorney, yes.
So are you telling us that at this moment you do not know if these companies sold any land to Portico Enterprise Limited?
All this could be verified at the Lands Registry's public records.
As the director, sir, can you not assist us to verify it?
Can you share with me any documents that you have in regards to this, other than this document?
Let me just look into the files that I have. I will pass for now, Chair.
Senator Ben, oh, you have a question?
In regards to Senator Cow, if there was any documentation that you could share. Thank you so much.
I think he was the one that shared that document with you, so that's what he was asking you to verify as it relates.
yes.
If I'm clarifying for Senator correctly, Senator Cal? Is that the document you wanted him to verify for you?
I wanted for him to verify if this, because this is a public document. And
Yes,
I'm
but this is
simply
not a-
asking if you can verify the ones
this
that
an
has
official
your
document?
direct.
Is this an official document?
This is what is in the public domain, sir. And that's the reason why we have you here to verify or to deny it.
I'm just asking, is this an official document?
Like I said, these are the documents that is in the public domain. So we're here to ask you
Okay,
if you can verify or deny that this is.
yeah. Sorry. Sorry, you had a question?
Senator Cal, are you pausing?
Pausing.
Okay, okay, Senator Bennett?
Mr. Huchandani, again, I will refer you back to that document. It's one of the pieces of documents that was provided to the committee. If you would just assist me there in terms of looking at the estimated costs for 50 acres of land by Key Star Limited. Could you read the cost there for us, please?
I'm assuming you mean the purchase price?
Yes, it says purchase P.
$33,193.
For Fire Sky Limited, what was the purchase price?
For all other companies, it was $5,300.
Pardon?
$5,300 for all other companies, based on this document.
Okay, and your name is assigned to the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 companies, correct?
No, when you mean assigned, you're saying as a
Assigned as in you being the director, your
I'm a
name
director
is...
of those, correct.
Yes.
Yes.
And then there are 2 other companies at the bottom of that list, Vision Project Limited and Kill Switch Limited, which your name is assigned as the director, correct?
Yes.
If we do a total of the amount of land that was purchased according to this document or date issued, it was the 4th of the 11th month, 2020. The total amount of land would have been 400 acres of land. If you do some basic calculation there,
Is this a public official document?
yes, it is.
This is an official document by
Yes,
which department or that produced this?
No, that's fine. We're asking you to verify what is in the public domain, and we will be cross-referencing it with the official document. This is where we believe you can be helpful in terms of determining what actually exists.
So just confirm, this is not an official document.
This is a document that has been compiled with official information.
Verified.
This is what you're here to do.
Oh, you're asking, okay, well, yeah. Okay, all right.
Senator Bennett.
All right, so I'm trying to establish with your help that of the first 9 parcels of land, which would have been an estimated 450 acres, with 850 parcels of acreage being 42,400 Belize dollars. I will repeat. Of the 850 acres of land to which your name is assigned as the director, with an address at 2236 Albert Hoy Street, issued on the 4th of November 2020, at an estimated cost, or what is stipulated here at 50 acres, were actually purchased at $530 per 50 acre. There are 850 parcel acres at that price, which would give us a total of $42,400. 1 acre in particular, or 1 parcel in particular, which was 50 acre, was purchased at $33,193. So we're looking at a grand total of 450 acres of land. $450 acres of land at a grand total of $75,193. Were you the purchaser of those lands at that cost?
I'm not the purchaser of any of these lands.
Are you saying to us, Mr. Hochandani, that these companies to which you have identified yourself as the director?
Madam Senator, there's a difference between myself and a company. You're asking me if I personally purchase the land? No, that's my answer.
Okay.
If you're saying the said companies, that's different. But the question that you're addressing to me is that these said lands are in my name. They're specifically not in my name. I said as a director of the company. So there's a difference between a director on a company and an owner of a company owning land. There's a difference between that. I just wanted to clarify.
That clarification. So I will ask again, sir, are you the sole director for these companies?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Okay, so for the record, based on our reference here and what was provided to the committee, these companies that exist, we still do not know the full body of the directorship or the owners per se. It's a total of 450 acres at a total cost of $75,193 Belize dollars. I rest my case.
Thank you, Senator. Sorry, Senator Cloud. Senator Herrera was ahead, but I'll come to you as soon as. Go ahead, Senator Herrera.
Just one follow-up question, Mr. Hochandani. You mentioned several times that that you declined to answer the question because they're not related to the terms of reference. Could you maybe draw our attention to what specifically in the terms of reference you're referring to?
Senator, is my attorney allowed to speak now, or? So, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. I would need his assistance with that.
Well, we had some very specific questions related to...
Sorry, Senator, sorry. Would you like a few minutes to confer with your attorney so that you can be advised and provide the information?
It's not necessary to suspend, if we could just have a minute, if necessary.
Madam Chair, can I just ask for a few minutes suspense so that we can provide this document to Mr. Hochandani to verify this document that we have?
Sure. It is 11:45. We will reconvene at 11:50.
Thank you.
The hearing is suspended. Please, you can go here or you could go in the members' room. Thank you. Sorry, the hearing is resumed. Senator Herrera?
Well, I think Mr. Hochandani and his attorney were conferring, and based on the question I had asked, what aspect of what area of the terms of reference would you deem not related in terms of the questions we were asking? What area or what part of the terms of reference you're referring to when you say that they're not related to our terms of reference in the motion?
Consulting with my counsel, starting from A on the terms of reference, going down to N, he clarified or advised me that that doesn't fall in the terms of the scope of the terms of reference. If he would be granted permission to speak, we could clarify on it. If not, we could move on, I guess.
Would you be able to, can you read section D of that terms of reference for me?
Section D is in David. To require the attendance before the committee of former ministers of government, current ministers of government, signatories of the agreement, or to those who have information by virtue of his office, which may be relevant to the inquiry, pursuant to section 61A2G of the Constitution of Belize.
In that, you'll note that it refers to and or those who may have information. Can you read section
By
G
virtue
for us?
of office? Which office?
Yes. Well, you're a director of the companies that we're referring to. And so that was basically why we were asking you those questions. And so in our view, I mean, in my view, I think it's very relevant and related to the terms of reference. But can you also read G for us?
Sorry, Mr. Hochandani, I'm getting a note from the technical team. It's just I just don't want it to fail and then we get delayed because of replacing equipment. No problem. Please proceed, Senator Herrera.
Yeah. Can we also read G, please, for the records?
To examine all such persons required to attend before the committee as witnesses pursuant to Standing Order number 72 of the Senate Standing Orders.
Again, by virtue of your positions within those companies and the subsequent transactions that took place directly with Portico, you know, we were asking those specific questions that we had brought to your attention that you said that you weren't prepared to answer. And so we're hoping that perhaps you would reconsider and answer specific questions which would bring some clarity to us with respect to the nature of some of those transactions and how they and the relationship that they had to the Portico, the whole Portico agreement and the whole Portico lands.
Sorry, Senator, that was a question?
No, it wasn't a specific question. I was more making a statement based on the areas I had covered just now. So you still, I don't believe you mentioned what area of the terms of reference would not be relevant to the questions we're asking.
Could I request permission for my attorney to speak?
Asked and denied. Please, we are giving you every opportunity to confer with him.
Yes, but I'm not an attorney. I can go based on advice.
Sure.
There's a specific question that he keeps asking, so I believe the best.
No, he
person
can
to
give you the
respond.
specific response and then you can share it with us. Thank you. We really appreciate your cooperation in this regard.
Wait, I thought you wanted to confer with your attorney.
Senator Kal?
Yes, Mr. Hochandani. Earlier you were questioning the validity of all the, was an official document. Well, sir, I will refer you to these official documents that we got from the Lands Department, and I ask the clerk to present it to you, and then I'm going to walk you through some of the questions I would like to ask based on this document. In front of you is document marked CLS1, and if you would turn to after the third page, where the signatories are, on the top right, there is a name, Sanjay Hatonjani, and it has a signature in it. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes. I can confirm that's my signature.
Then if you also want to look at that document, sir, that is a document from the Lands Department that we got, that Keystar Limited sold this parcel of land for $15,000 on the date that is marked on this document. And that is synchronizing with the document that we were showing you earlier. Can you confirm then that your company, Keystar Limited, sold 50.1 acres of land to Portico Enterprise Limited?
If it's in an official document, I have no reason to doubt it.
Sorry, can you?
If it's in an official document, I have no reason to doubt it.
It is this,
So
and
I have
that's
no
the reason,
reason to
sir, I'm
doubt.
asking you to verify if that is the case, that your company, Keystar Limited, sold 50.1 acres of land to Portico Enterprise Limited.
Yes.
Then we're going to move on to CL2. If you can just flip through the pages. And on the third, after the third page, again on that document, there is another signature, Sanjay Hatonjani. Is that your signature? Can you
Yes, it
confirm?
is.
That document again is showing us that Fire Sky Limited sold 50.4 acres of land to Portico Enterprise Limited. Can you confirm that?
I don't see the coordinate, but if it's in the document, yes.
So you, just for the record, you confirmed.
Yes.
We then move to document CLS number 3. Again, after the third page, there is also a signature there. Can you confirm that is your signature?
Yes.
And this document is showing us that Vision Project Limited sold 50 acres to Portico Enterprise Limited. Can you confirm that, sir?
Yes.
We're going to move to CLS4. Again, after the third page, there's another signature there. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes.
And this document is showing us that Vision Project Limited sold 50.1 acres Portico Enterprise Limited. Can you confirm that, sir?
Yes.
We're going to move to CLS5. Again, after the third page, there's another signature.
Yes,
Can you confirm that that is your signature?
yes, that is my signature.
This is telling us that Killswitch Limited sold another 50.1 acres to Portico Enterprise Limited. Can you confirm that, sir?
Yes,
We move on to a document CLS6. Again, after the third page, there's another signature there. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
CLS 6, you said, sorry?
CLS6, yes, after the third page.
Yes,
So that is showing us that Build Zone Limited sold 50.1 acres. Can you confirm that again, sir?
yes,
CLS7. After the third page, again a signature. Can you confirm that it is your signature?
yes, it is.
Again, this document is showing us that Vision Project Limited sold another 50.1 acres. Can you confirm that? Can you confirm to us to whom these parcels of land were sold to?
Does it say? Which one are you asking me for?
CLS7. Yes. Sorry?
Portico Enterprises Limited.
Then we're going to move to CLS8. Again, after the third page, there's another signature. Can you confirm that signature?
That's mine.
Killswitch Limited sold another 50.1 acres. Can you confirm that? And to whom was it sold to?
Portico Enterprises.
So, all of these documents are showing that you sold these land to Portico Enterprise Limited. How or did Portico Enterprise Limited reach out to you for this parcel, or how did that came about?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer a question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
With all due respect, sir, I think the committee is the one who decides if these questions are relevant to the terms of reference or not. At this moment, sir, you just confirmed to us that you sold these parcels of land to Portico Enterprise Limited. Who is the company that we are also interested or that we're seeking information about? And you, sir, sold several parcels of land to this company. We believe that obviously there's some connection to our terms of reference when it comes to this land and the company Portico Enterprise Limited. So we'd like to ask you, sir, how did you came about knowing about Portico Enterprise Limited, and how they come about? How did they knew about these lands that you have?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your questions as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
I will pass for now, Chair.
Senator Bennett Moody.
Sir Hutchandani, quick question. Are you aware of the location east of Northern Lagoon?
Could you clarify?
Pardon?
Sorry, could you clarify?
You want to repeat the question?
No, repeat the...
Okay. Are you knowledgeable or are you aware of the area east of Northern Lagoon in Belize?
I'm familiar somewhat.
As the director of the companies that has been identified here, are you knowledgeable that these were the companies that purchased land in that area?
Yes,
You're knowledgeable that these companies purchased land in that area of which you are the director?
yes.
Okay. I think this question is more towards a moral thought process as Belizeans overall. We are seeing these parcels of lands, 50 acres, were purchased at $5,300. They were later sold at $15,000 on the 9th of the 6th month, 2022. At this time, Belizeans are very much outraged with what has been happening in terms of land. A basic parcel of residential land in Belmopan, for example, 75 by 50, is being sold at $15,000 in Recondel. Would you think that this is a fair price to pay for such, just as a general question to you as a Belizean?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Kal, are you resuming or are you complete?
Complete for now.
Thank you. Any other senators wish to resume questions at this time? Senator Kal?
Mr. Hachandani, earlier the chair asked you if you had any idea about the registered address on this document that we give you, 2236 Albert Oy Street, Belize City. And earlier you said you had no idea about the said address. Is that still your...
I said I do not, the question was asked to me if I reside at that address. I do not reside at that address. They asked me if it was an office building, if I'm correct. Could they replay my answer for me?
We can review it, but to my recollection, it was if you had any awareness whatsoever of what existed, who owned the property, to that effect, if you had any awareness whatsoever to that address. That is my recollection.
And your answer was you did not have any knowledge. I would refer you to the same document, CSL1. Can you read, if not I can read it for you, the third sentence of that paragraph. Do you mind reading it, or should I read it? Want me to read it? It says a company, so this, I'll read the entire three first sentences of this paragraph, for the record. This deed of conveyance is made the 9th day of June 2022 between Keystar Limited, a company duly firmed and incorporated under the virtue of the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Laws of Belize, with its registered address at 2236 Albert Oy Street, Belize City, Belize. You are the director of this company, sir, and you said you had no idea about the said address. Then how is it that this address is on an official document that you used and earlier verified that this was your signature?
Earlier, I did mention it's a registered address. They asked me a question if I reside at this address, and I said no. I do not reside at the address. So there's a question being addressed to me as a director, and there's a question being addressed as a company. So I'm clarifying that is not where I reside. Those are the registered address for the companies, and I mentioned to Madam Chair that the address has changed, and you asked me if I would share those documents with you. So,
Sorry, Phil, I will. The one question is that I had asked if you had any awareness whatsoever of that address. Does your response remain the same? You have no knowledge of?
it was a registered address, I believe, at the formation.
Yes. No, that is established. I'm asking you what
Other than that, no.
existed there, who owns the
I'm
property,
not sure.
how much you were paying in rent, any awareness, any relevant? Okay.
Mr. Chandani, earlier you confirmed that you sold these parcels of land to Portico Enterprise Limited. Can you confirm to us the prices that you sold these parcels of land for? Again, looking at the document that is in the public domain, sir, can you confirm to us the prices? We're going to start with Keystar Limited.
I have no reason to doubt what's in the public document.
Excuse me?
I have no reason to doubt what's in the public document.
I didn't hear you, sir.
I have no reason to doubt what is in the public document.
So you're not doubting the public document?
No.
So we want this for the record, sir. So I will ask you the questions and let us know if you confirm or deny the said amount. Keystar Limited, you sold it for $15,000 to Portico Enterprise Limited. Can you confirm that?
Keystar Limited sold. I did not sell anything.
As
So
a
just-
director. Sir, yes,
So
let me
can you
rephrase the
clarify?
question then.
Please clarify.
Keystar Limited sold, of which you are a director of, sold 50.1 acres of land for $15,000 to Portico Enterprise Limited.
Correct.
And this was purchased for $33,198 from the government of Belize.
I can't verify that at this moment.
Let me just refer you to the file.
If it's in here, then yes, I verify.
Sorry?
Yes, I see it.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
let's go over this again. So Keystar Limited, of which you are a director of, bought 50.1 acres of land from the government of Belize for $33,193, and you sold it.
I'd like to clarify. Yes.
The company you're a director of sold it for $15,000 to Portico Enterprise Limited.
Yes.
Fire Sky Limited, of which you are a director of, purchased 50.4 acres of land from the Belizean people, the government of Belize, for $5,300. That said company, of which you are a director of, sold it for $15,000 to Portico Enterprise Limited.
Yes.
Vision Project Limited, of which you are director of, bought 50 acres of land for $5,300 and sold it for $15,000 to Portico Enterprise Limited.
Yes.
Alkaline Limited, of which you are director of, bought 50.1 acres of land for $5,300 and sold it to Portico Enterprise Limited for $15,000.
Yes.
Kill Switch Limited, of which you're a director of, bought 50.1 acres of land for $5,300 and sold it to Portico Enterprise Limited for $15,000.
Yes.
Build Zone Limited bought 50.1 acres of land for $5,300 and sold it to Portico Enterprise Limited for $15,000. Can you
Yes.
confirm that?
Yes.
Again, Kill Switch Limited again bought 50.9 acres of land for $5,300 and sold it for $15,000 to Portico Enterprise Limited.
Yes.
That is 750 acres of land that all of these companies sold to Portico Enterprise Limited. What is, and I will ask you this, as the director of the company, for these companies, would you have any knowledge as to why Keystar Limited paid $33,000 for 50.1 acres and the rest of the companies, as you can see in the document, bought these for only $5,300?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
I will pause for now, Chair.
Senator Bennett Moody?
Mr. Hujunani, could you identify for us your present residing address?
I have some concerns about that. I could share it officially. I can share it officially with the committee before I leave. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm noting that the senators have yielded on this witness. Thank you. If you allow me, and I know you've been here some time, so please know we really appreciate your time. I just have a few questions, and forgive me, I didn't commit your full statement to memory, but you've been a businessman for some time, correct?
Yes.
You studied business?
Yes.
A specific area?
Entrepreneurship.
Okay. At university?
Yes.
Which university and which program?
I went to University of Miami.
Okay. And you studied
Entrepreneurship.
entrepreneur? Oh, that was the name of the program. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And you comply with all local regulations in terms of maintaining your company's good standing and certificates and etc.?
To the best of my ability.
Okay. You have made much this morning in terms of distancing yourself in terms of being a director of this company. The committee has in its possession registration documents that do indicate that you are the beneficial owner of this company. Is that correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it does not relate to the terms of reference.
Are you asserting to the committee that you have filed information to the relevant regulatory authorities that do not, in fact, reflect what is actually the case?
So on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer.
You are declining to answer whether your company is meeting compliance and providing accurate information under the law?
Yeah, on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question as it doesn't relate to the terms of reference.
Okay, I will read into the record two documents that have been provided by the registry that do indicate that you did hold beneficial owner interest of 100% in Alkaline Limited and Build Zone as two sample of the companies that we're discussing today, and that transfer of that ownership did not happen until 2023 in August. At this time, I would thank you again for your appearance today, and please do meet with the Office of the Clerk so that we can reimburse you for your mileage coming here, and make sure that your information as well has a direct line of contact. I know that you have chosen to interface with the committee via your attorney, but just for utmost clarity, we'll provide a list to you with the information that you've committed to sharing with the committee, so that as soon as you and your attorney have been able to compile that information, that you can forward. And at this time, I'd also inform that we will likely summon you in the future in an effort for us to gather the information that we require for our work. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Thank you very much. The public hearing stands adjourned, and we will resume at 2:30 this afternoon. Suspend, sorry, not adjourn, suspend. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The public hearing of the Senate Select Committee resumes. Clerk, can you please swear in the next witness?
I, David Gegg, do swear that the evidence I shall give to the Senate Special Select Committee touching the matters of the question shall be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Would you like me to sign it?
I don't have an expensive pen.
No, I got a cheap one too.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Gegg. First and foremost, on behalf of all the committee members, we want to thank you for being here today. As you are aware, the members of the Select Committee are keen on doing its work expeditiously and with urgency to make sure that we can fulfill our mandate to the Senate as a whole. And we do think that you are one of those persons who can provide information in the committing of our work. I understand that you were in court this morning, so you may not have had an opportunity to listen in to the proceedings, or is that you were in court. Okay, sorry. Were you tuning in, as they say, a little bit? Did you hear my opening statement in regard? Okay. So I just want to make sure that that is conveyed to you appropriately. I have informed this morning's witness, and I do so now with you, bless you, that the committee is very grateful to all those witnesses who voluntarily come to the Senate to appear before the committee to provide information in response to the senator's questions. We're very appreciative. We know it's time consuming. We also want to remind you that should it be of interest to you, that we are prepared to reimburse you for your mileage in getting here. We apologize for the earlier suspension that was beyond the committee's control. We were ready to proceed, but were guided to postponing, so we apologize for your time at that juncture, and that is also something that you can apply for in terms of reimbursement for expenses there, mileage. We also found it necessary to share this morning to the public that in fulfilling our mandate, we are moved to reiterate that this Senate Select Committee will not shy away from using any of the powers under its purview to ensure that we do get access to the information. And we stress that our laws are very draconian, for better or worse. We think there should be some amendments there, especially since those draconian measures are still being applied right now, particularly in terms of the criminal code application. So we do want to see those as an ultimate, absolute last resort. We do not want to rely on those orders in terms of making sure that witnesses understand that we are not here. We have to act as a court of law. Thank you. But certainly we want to ensure that witnesses appreciate that we are doing our work as senators, and that our purpose here is to get information from those who may or should be in a position to provide us with that information. So that is the highlight that the committee wanted to start off with. Do you have any questions in terms of what I have just shared? Okay, thank you. We have also afforded everyone who has appeared here to make an opening statement, and I ask if you would like to use that opportunity as well. Sure, please go ahead. I'm sorry, just for housekeeping, you're here with your attorney, but we would like him to be available to you and to you alone, so that any information that you are guided or advised to share would come from you and not the attorney. Is that clarified?
Loud and clear.
Okay. And just for technical reasons, because of the feedback, we are asking that one mic be open at a time. It's just a pat on the keypad. Once the red light is on, then we're live, as they say. Yes. Please proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you, Senator, for giving this opportunity for being here. On March 26th, a few weeks ago.
Apologies, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I missed a significant portion of our note, and I apologize. Just as also to say that given some previous statements made to the Senate here, the committee also took the opportunity this morning to remind that we will be using the weight of the law, and as our members of parliament status, that any defamatory statements, anything in that regard, libel, slander, etc., we will be acting on those statements for any witness that would seek to do so against the members of the committee. So that's just as a general information. I am not predetermining that you would do so, but I am just sharing because it has happened, so we want to make sure it does not happen in the future. So thank you for allowing me to make that addendum. It was important. Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senators, for this opportunity to finally come here and address this prestigious committee on the affairs in front of it. On March 26th, a few weeks ago, I wrote to Mr. Webster in his capacity as the Clerk of the National Assembly, and in response to his letter of 19th March, which was inadvertently addressed to Edgar Gegg, my late father. In that letter, I indicated that I would not sit before the Senate inquiry unless the chairperson of this committee were to recuse herself from these proceedings. Number 1A of the terms of reference of the motion for the appointment of the Senate Select Special Committee indicates that this committee is to conduct an independent and impartial investigation and inquiry given a certain letter from Waterloo dated June 8, 2023 that was circulated in the media and which was addressed to you, Senator Chidoma, and provided to her only 3 days prior to the chairperson taking this matter to the Senate. I find that the chairperson is not biased. There is still a grave appearance of bias, in my opinion. Further to this is the fact that this committee has purposely opted to ignore my letter and the subsequent letters from my attorneys as regard the issue of bias. Furthermore, Senator Chidoma is yet to dispute the chronology of these events. Despite the statement I referenced in my letter of March 26th, that I will not be answering questions of this committee if the chairperson did not recuse herself, I have had a change of heart, as I now feel that it is high time that the facts be shared with the Belizean people. Today I say to you and to this nation, and with my hand on Edgar's grave, that I come here with clean hands. On launching Magical Belize in 2017, and after engaging with consultants in Miami and preparing a detailed business plan, I immediately engaged with the then Minister of State and Chair of the CSCI, Mrs. Tracy Panton. The first documented evidence was dated June 16th of 2017. Volumes of correspondence exist in that regard. In addition, there were several meetings with the CSCI in 2018, 2019, and in 2020, at which presentations were made that, among other things, justified our location over the others. These presentations and the supply of information generally were all prior to the signing of the definitive agreement. I also met with then Prime Minister Barrow, and it was he who instructed that an MOU be prepared and signed with the government of Belize. That meeting was arranged by then Senator Duncan, acting as a financial advisor, and was also attended by Mrs. Karen Bevans, the director of the BTB at that time. The meeting was held in the Whitfield Towers on Coney Drive, where the Prime Minister then had an office. The MOU, as we all know, was signed in September of 2017 by the then Minister of Trade, Economic Development, Petroleum and Investments, Mr. Erwin Contreras, and co-signed by Minister John Saldivar. The MOU was non-binding and states that it would be cancelled at any time by either party without consequence, period. There was never any discussion at any time about a cancellation of that MOU, but there were discussions in Cabinet on several occasions about the steps being carried out by Portico, according to Erwin Contreras, who I have no doubt will collaborate on this. In April of 2017, I attended the Sea Trade Cruise Convention in Miami, where meetings were arranged with all cruise lines. I was on a first-name basis then, as now, with most of the cruise line executives, and I believe today that my long-standing relationship with the industry was pivotal in securing the endorsement for the Magical Belize project. Senator Duncan actually accompanied me on that Miami meeting and participated in the port-related meetings. I also engaged while there with the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, where I had been a member since 1998. There was clear support from the industry, and that was my motivation to keep moving forward. It is my understanding also that Senator Duncan, on returning to Belize, briefed PM Barrow about the warmth with which we had been received in Miami. While at Sea Trade in Miami, I also had meetings with the 4 major dredging companies of the world, 2 of whom are from Belgium, with the other 2 being from the Netherlands. In March of 2018, I was invited to a conference in Panama by Royal Boskalis of the Netherlands. Senator Duncan accompanied me on that trip as well. Boskalis senior executives explained to a small group of developers that they had an interest in partnering with companies who were looking to carry out major projects that required environmental and engineering studies and, of course, needed dredging services. It seemed like a perfect fit, and in May of 2019, I signed a project development agreement between Portico and Boskalis. By then, we had retained the services of Dr. Abel Carias to launch our environmental and social impact assessment, the terms of reference having been approved by the Department of the Environment. Boskalis also had consultants in various fields join Dr. Carias and his team, and us ultimately put together 1,200 pages of environmental and engineering documentation. This work was assisted by the presence of a research vessel sent here by Boskalis in September of 2019, and with the use of specialized equipment imported for the purpose of carrying out geotechnical studies. I am confident that a review of our ESIA would prove that it surpasses in depth and quality any other comparable document ever prepared in this country. It also highlights the long and prestigious list of international consultants who worked along with Dr. Carias in carrying out those studies. In keeping with our agreement, Boskalis Portico, and knowing that we had to produce assurances that we would be capable of financing the project, Mr. Peter Klipp, the Director of Business Unit of the Americas of Boskalis, wrote to the chair of the CSCI on May 15, 2019, under the subject of cooperation Portico Boskalis, and this is what he had to say. Dear Minister Tager Panton, Boskalis Westminster Contracting Limited, Boskalis, is pleased to advise you that we have this week signed a joint development agreement, JDA, with Portico Enterprises Limited, Portico of Belize City, for the development of a unique cruise facility. In March of 2018, Mr. David Gegg of Portico and Mr. Stephen Duncan of Heritage Bank Limited, at our invitation, attended a presentation in Panama sponsored by Buscalis. On that occasion, we shared our vision in development in the region with a group of some 20 entrepreneurs. We offered to provide developers with the benefit of our 110 years of engineering experience with design options and support the development in an integrated approach covering all non-technical expertise, including financing, and of course with dredging and marine construction expertise. Buscalis has long looked to the cruise market and is convinced that a technical concept offered by Portico is exactly what the market is aiming for, a non-tendering handling service at a beautiful location. In recent months, we have carried out bathymetry in the project area, soil sampling and analysis, and through Portico, an environmental and social impact assessment is presently being carried out by a team of consultants headed by Dr. Abel Carias of Sustainable Development Consulting Services. Completion of these studies is scheduled for September of 2019. The ESIA comes after the terms of reference for the project was prepared and approved by your Department of the Environment. Our team has worked closely with Mr. Gegg and his team during this time, and based on what we have determined so far, we have decided to sign a joint development agreement so that we can progress the project work to the next level. A steering committee made up of Mr. Gegg of Portico and Mr. Peter Klipp of Buscalis has been established, and it is anticipated that they will move the project through its next phases in order to achieve financial closure. We thank your ministry and especially the government of Belize for the support provided to Portico thus far, and we are pleased to now be partnering with them. We look forward to ongoing support as we undertake this USD $150 million project that will clearly be so beneficial to the country and people of Belize. Yours truly, Buscalis International, Peter Klipp, Director, Business Unit, the Americas, and it's copied to Honorable Erwin Contreras, Minister of Economic Development, Petroleum Investment, Trade and Commerce. I personally delivered that letter to the Minister's office in Belmopan. With our environmental studies in high gear, and with the necessary steps being taken to ultimately secure the rights to develop Magical Belize, a team of senior executives from Buscalis agreed to visit the country as a meeting had been arranged with then Prime Minister Barrow. That meeting took place on December 12th, 2019 at the Lang Building near to the Municipal Airport as requested by the PM. At that meeting, also attended by Senator Duncan, letters, plural, were delivered to PM Barrow by a senior Buscalis representative. The primary letter was titled Cruise Terminal Magical Belize Equity Commitment Letter Proposal and was dated 3rd December 2019. That letter indicated that Buscalis was prepared to cover the full equity position of the financial requirements of the project. A second letter was also provided to Prime Minister Barrow, which featured a list of European bankers providing references for Buscalis. Buscalis at that time had significant cash and unused credits. The website for Buscalis will confirm to all that they have been in business since 1910 and presently conduct business worldwide. The list of banks providing references for Buscalis were of the highest pedigree in Europe. During that meeting, I also delivered a letter to Prime Minister Barrow from Cabé, which was addressed to myself as the CEO for Portico. Through that letter, Cabé had expressed interest in providing the loan financing portion of the Magical Belize project. CABE continues to show strong interest in participating in a syndication of IFIs for the financing of the Magical Belize, along with IDB Invest. No Belizean banking institution needs to be financially exposed for this project to materialize. The letters addressed to Prime Minister Barrow were copied to Honorable Tracy Tega Panton and to Honorable Erwin Contreras, the substantive minister. I have copies of these letters, by the way, should there be any doubt.
Sorry, just on that note, we will be asking you any documents that you're referring to during this personal statement.
We'll
if you
get to
could
that
provide
at the end
copies.
of my presentation.
No, I'm asking now that since you're referencing it, we would like you to provide the originals
Not yet, no.
to the National Assembly so we
No.
can make copies.
No.
We're putting the request forward to you. You can discuss
I
it and then
understand.
we go
I
forward.
understand.
Thank you.
The letters addressed to Prime Minister Barrow were copied to Honorable Tracy Tega Panton and to Honorable Erwin Contreras, the substantive minister. Having provided all the necessary documents to all the relevant parties, and with our environmental studies nearing completion, and having no reason to believe that they would not pass muster, we retained the services of the firm of Morales Perifit LLP, as a definitive agreement was now needed. That firm was recommended to me as a firm that had experience with the drafting and negotiating of agreements with the government. I, at that time, instructed Mr. David Morales to draft the definitive agreement in conjunction with the attorneys from Boskalis in the Netherlands. After several months, and after amendments were made by the relevant parties, the draft definitive agreement was forwarded on June 1st, 2021, to Ministers Panton, Perifit, and Contreras. It must here be pointed out that any large-scale investment, whether in Belize or in other developing country, must, I repeat, must be provided with a package of fiscal incentive and benefits if they are ever to secure the confidence of equity providers and lenders. Quite frankly, Senators, this probe, this induced inquiry, has had the effect of sectors of the international community losing confidence in Belize. There are recent examples in the Caribbean where port development companies investing similar amounts as us have secured up to 50-year concessions with similar benefits. Our ESIA was submitted to the DOE in March of 2020. The NEAC carried out a site inspection on June 11th of that same year. A public consultation was convened on June 19th. Over 800 persons attended that public consultation virtually. The first of 4 NEAC meetings I attended was held on June 24th of 2020. Please remember that I said that I attended 4 meetings of the NEAC. It is very important. Given the detail and depth of our ESIA, I expected approval at the meeting of June 24th, but that was not to be. The DOE wrote back to us after that initial meeting and instructed that there were 4 major issues that needed further detail. Back to the drawing board we went. Dr. Carius engaged once again with consultants from the Netherlands and with engineers from here in Belize. By late July, we submitted a document titled Supplemental Data to the ESIA for Portico Enterprises Limited. It was 132 pages of additional data and included files of satellite imagery. A second meeting of the NEAC was called for August 28, 2020, of course, and that meeting was held in the boardroom of the Belize Port Authority on the George Price Highway. For those who have suggested that the Port Authority was not consulted in the processes, I make it very clear that the representative of the Port Authority attended every one of the 4 meetings held by the NEAC to deliberate on our environmental clearances. August 28 was a Friday. I was asked to be available along with Dr. Carius and the consultants from the Netherlands to address any questions that may arise at the meeting. With Holland being 8 hours ahead of Belize, the guys from Boscalis were already into their weekend. The meeting started at about 9:30, and about 11 a.m., I was advised by persons attending the NIAC meeting that the consultants from the Netherlands would not be called and that the project had been approved. I was elated. I quickly advised my colleagues at Boscalis, telling them to have a great weekend. The NIAC meeting of August 28 had approved our environmental compliance. I could not believe it. I was over the moon. Please keep in mind that our draft definitive agreement had already been in circulation since June 1st to Ministers Panton and Perafit, as well as to Minister Contreras. My elation was short-lived a few days later when there was a suggestion that there may not have been a quorum at the meeting of August 28th. However, in that same meeting of the NIAC of August 28th, they had also approved the EIA for the building of the Sartaneja Road, and an environmental compliance plan was quickly prepared and signed. The local media had reported that partial funding for that project would come in the form of a $100 million deposit that was to be made to a private New York account. In early September of 2020, and wanting to ensure that the government representatives understood the financial commitment which Boscalis had provided, freshly dated letters to PM Barrow with copies to Tracy Panton and Erwin Contreras were delivered to the offices of those persons at their Belmopan locations. I personally delivered those letters. The letters, 2 different letters, once again contained the equity commitment by Boscalis and the references from their European bankers. Those letters were dated September 2nd, 2020, and I delivered them on or about September 4th in Belmopan. Having not heard from NIAC as regard the approval, nor from Minister Panton or anyone else in the progress of the definitive agreement, I reached out to Minister Contreras for some guidance on how to proceed. He indicated that he needed to review the situation before he could commit to the DA, as he foresaw the environmental clearance being an issue. I immediately pointed out to him that the definitive agreement for Harvest Key had been signed prior to their receiving environmental clearance. Minister Contreras said that he would seek advice and get back to me. We met again about a week later, where he indicated that he had been advised, I assumed at that time by the AG's office, that before he could sign the DA, we would need to insert certain conditions precedent, including that the agreement would not take effect until Portico had obtained environmental clearance. I consulted with Mr. Morales, who advised that this was doable, and he proceeded to amend the agreement. He sent it to me, and I in turn shared it with Minister Contreras. Several days later, I was told that the signing of the definitive agreement would be on October 1st, 2020 in Belmopan. I attended that meeting, and the document was signed. I know that the question being posed is whether Minister Contreras could have signed that agreement. I must say that I was not aware of any protocols or procedures which the government at the time may have had. But I knew that he was the substantive minister appointed by the Governor General. He was an agent of the state. In my view, he did not need permission from either Mrs. Tega Panton, a junior minister, or Michael Perafit, an unelected minister, especially as those persons were clearly and openly supporting other competing interests. Our MOU said absolutely nothing about any CSCI. I knew the CSCI to be an advisory body with absolutely no statutory authority. Minister Contreras could have signed without insisting that such a condition precedent be inserted into the definitive agreement. He chose not to do so and insisted that the condition precedent be included. Sometime after, I was asked to attend a third meeting of the NEAC held on October 15th of that same month, which I did. That meeting was held in the boardroom of the Agricultural Department on Hummingbird Highway. Dr. Carrias, Engineer Mark Velasquez, and myself sat in the outer office for the entire day. We were completely ignored, not even advised of a lunch break. At about 4 p.m., we were told that we were not needed. It had been a complete waste of our time. In January of 2021, with the Briceño administration seated in Belmopan, representatives from Boscalis once again visited Belize, and once again, freshly dated equity commitment letters were delivered to Prime Minister Briceño. That was January 11th, and copies of those letters were hand-delivered to Ministers Habet and Mala, with whom we also met. A fourth NEAC meeting was convened for February 2nd, 2021, and after providing an addendum to our supplemental data, as requested by the DOE, several weeks later I was told that environmental clearance had been granted, but in a phased approach. The Department of the Environment acknowledged environmental clearance through a letter dated April 8, 2021, and on April 9th, a day later, I signed our environmental compliance plan. Having secured that environmental compliance plan, and having paid annually our environmental monitoring fees totaling $450,000 to the government of Belize as recently as April of last month, there can be no doubt today that our definitive agreement is valid, is binding, and is enforceable. Since launching the Magical Belize Port Initiative over 7 years ago, Portico and its partners have expended close to 15 million euros in development capital, and we continue to incur costs on works being carried out as we speak. Today, there are teams of scientists and their support crews at our site carrying out ground truthing exercises after using LiDAR, drones, and artificial intelligence to make initial determinations of mangrove cover. There can be no doubt either that the Magical Belize project will be transformational for Belize, creating tremendous economic development, providing good-paying jobs for thousands of Belizean stakeholders, and making our country more progressive, more successful, and a safer place for all Belizeans. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you take off your microphone?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you need a break? You've been, okay. A couple things on that. Thank you for indicating your change of heart, no doubt based on legal advice. But I will state for absolute clarity as to what I started out saying, that any further reference of bias, apparent or otherwise, from today moving forward against individual or the committee as a whole will be handled by our legal representatives. Secondly, we restate formally the request for any documents that you have read into the record be given over to the clerk so he can make copies and we can include them in the file. And third, sorry.
Can I just say something here?
One second.
Sure.
And third, just to note that we thank you for your opening statement to us, and that we trust that we will be able to unpack that, if you will, as we move forward with the questioning in as much detail as we find necessary. Thank you. Yes, you wanted to say something?
Yes, with regard to the documents, these documents were not copied to me, they're not signed by me, they're not addressed to me. As you heard, they're addressed to Prime Minister of this country, Tracy Tager. The documents were lodged in the offices where those persons resided at the time. I would like to suggest that you go to those offices and make every effort to find those documents there. And if you don't, then come back to me and I will consider sharing them with you.
I hear your suggestion, Mr. Gegg, but you have just read them into the public domain. This is broadcast live. It is irrelevant at this stage who they are addressed to. So you have made that decision for us and for the public. So I will restate. Please share the documents with the clerk, and we will get copies added to our file. If that point needs to be clarified with your attorney, we can cross that bridge at that point, but we can unpack. Thank you. Senators, are we ready to assume the questions? Senator Herrera, Antonio.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Gegg. Thank you for making yourself available today. Clerk, can you share the memorandum of understanding to Mr. Gegg? A copy, please.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gegg, you have been shared a copy of the MOU, Portico Enterprises Limited. There's only one thing that we want to share, or just make sure that it's you. You can take the last page of the MOU and please confirm that that is your signature, Mr. David Gegg.
Yes, that is my signature.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for clarifying that point. Your mic is on. Yes, my first question would be, is Portico a legally registered company in Belize?
Yes, it is.
Can you furnish us with the date it was registered? When it was registered?
I can. I don't recall it, but I can furnish that.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have that pending. Was there any understanding or agreement between Portico and the government of Belize that Portico could establish a cruise port south of Belize City?
I believe that's what the MOU concludes.
Okay, we'll just put it for the records. I want to make sure that we're clear moving forward. So your answer will be yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Prior to signing of the definitive agreement, were there any meetings between Portico and the Ministry of Tourism? Between Portico and the Ministry of Environment?
With the Ministry of Environment, yes. With the Ministry of Tourism, no.
Okay. Between Portico and the Ministry of Investment?
Yes.
Between Portico and the ministry headed by former Minister Erwin Contreras?
Yes.
Thank you. One more question on my side. What would be the reason or reasons Portico chose the location where it has proposed to establish the cruise port?
Senator, I'm glad you asked that question. Very glad you asked that question. You see, there are many things that I could refer to. And the first one that comes to mind is the Waterloo ESIA of 2021, where that ESIA says very clearly that if the large and newer ships of today are to navigate through what's called Grinnell's Key or One Man's Key Channel and access anything north of that channel, which would be either State Bank or Port of Belize, that channel would have to be widened a bit. And widening that channel means either dynamite or much more dredging of the coral channel walls of that channel through which the big ships must pass to access State Bank or the Port of Belize. That is in the ESIA of Waterloo, the 2021 version. But in addition to that, there is a letter which I think has been circulating around Belize because it was leaked from Royal Caribbean Group, where they say that they have carried out studies of the 3 ports on the table, and the only one that met their criteria for safe navigation was our location at Magical Belize, Portico Enterprises Limited. And that's because they felt that by attempting to navigate through One Man Key Channel, which can be done, the plumes of sedimentation that the bow thrusters and the azipod propellers that churn up silt when being forced to navigate to port or starboard in such confined space would throw up so much silt on the reef that marine growth would not be able to grow and mature on the reef walls of One Man Key Channel. So, you know, there you have it. Two experts telling us that One Man Key Channel would have to be widened if the boats are to go through there. The first person I engaged with when I launched this project was a consultant from Miami, someone I had known for about 25 years. Bruno Ramos from BEA Architects in Miami, very respected contractor and designer. Bruno visited Belize when I told him I wanted to launch this project. And the first thing he said to me was, David, show me your navigational charts. I rolled them out, and he saw the ship's channel coming in from English Key, snaking its way into Belize City, and then I pointed out where the ship's anchor and where State Bank was and where Port of Belize was. And he says, what is this little narrow passage here? And I said, that is where the ships presently go through to access the present anchorage. He said, David, whatever you do, do something that does not rely on One Man Key Channel, because the ships are getting much, much bigger, and it won't be long before those ships will not attempt to navigate through One Man Key Channel, and I doubt that it will ever be made wider.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I pass for now.
Noted, Senator Herrera. Senator Bishop Bengushe, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Gegg, I appreciate the way in which you presented your opening statement with a number of information. I think that is helpful not only to us, the committee, but is helpful and no doubt has proven helpful to the entire country. However, let me perhaps, maybe in your opening statement, just make reference to one thing that you might have said, or I assume you said, or I might have heard, in saying that you felt that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Mr. Contreras would not have needed any permission in his ability to have signed the agreement. Did I hear that? That Mr. Contreras would not have needed permission? Did I get the impression that it was okay for him to have signed the agreement?
It's my understanding that as a substantive minister and being an agent of the state, he would have had the authority to sign.
Well, I just want to make reference to the standing order of the Senate, which you might not have before you, but in 22 it says, except on the recommendation, that is public spending, which certainly would comprise what we are talking about here, where it involves public funds and money to be spent. It says here, except on the recommendation or with the consent of the cabinet, that no such spending must take place, except, as I said, with the consent of the cabinet. But we can discuss that, because I suppose in some cases it is open to interpretation. But I just thought that perhaps for this committee and for the public, I just want to put that on record so as to maybe not necessarily correct what you have said, but just to note that that is there. And maybe perhaps that is a part of the reason why we're here this afternoon in this committee. So I just want to share that with you. But allow me to ask a few questions. And as I said,
Bishop, can I respond to that
sure.
first?
Sure.
There was never any intention that any government money be spent.
There wasn't.
No.
The content of the agreement, though, I suppose, would say otherwise insofar as the amount of investment is concerned. But as I said, it is left for clarification, and what I might think might be different from what you think. But it is left for the general public to be able to determine otherwise. Let me just perhaps come to a few questions at this point. And as I said, I'm very appreciative of the opening statement you made, because there are so many things that you pointed out that I think that, as I said before, is quite helpful to this committee and to the general public at large. You will forgive me perhaps if even in the opening statement you made, you might have answered some of these things, but I just want to go over some questions, as I said, with you at this point in time. Was there any preliminary studies done on the suitability of the site chosen? And if so, what time period was used?
Senator Bishop, I indicated that our expenditure of development capital so far is close to 15 million euros. A tremendous amount of that has been in establishing the suitability of the site. Aside from the fact that it's not impeded by one Mankey Channel, it's the closest point of natural deep water on the coast of Belize. So it seemed like the logical place to create a mainland docking facility, which we have known for years is needed and required if we are not to continue losing cruise traffic. Some of the studies carried out, such as bathymetry and geotechnical studies, determined that the location was not just suitable, but had the ingredients that we felt made it a good location. One of the facts, and Senator Chinono will not agree with me on this one, is that the seabed is a dead zone. And that is how it's classified by the scientific community. Because of the turbidity running out of the Saboon River, the lack of clarity in the sea offshore, there's no marine life on the floor. There's no seaweed. There are no manatees in our area, despite what others have alluded to in such a loud fashion. The seabed, considered by the scientific community, is a dead zone. So by creating the peninsula at that location, as we have planned, it has done several positive things. It has reduced the amount of dredge material that is necessary to be extracted, which means that instead of pumping 7.5 million cubic materials on shore somewhere, we're pumping half of it into a peninsula. And let me make it clear, we're not pumping it into the sea. We're pumping it into contained walls that will first be made to make sure that when that material is pumped, it does not spill over out and into the sea. Our plan, our methodology is very, very different to anything else you have seen. And it's because we know the importance of respecting the environment today. And we know that we could never get away with doing anything untoward or improper. You know, one of the things I've learned in recent years is just how much the cruise industry has changed in their position as responsible stewards of the environment. You know, last year we saw bombs over Belmopan, and a lot of it was bombs over the cruise lines and bombs over Boscales and bombs over Bella Vista. And 20, 30 years ago, the cruise lines did make a lot of mistakes, and they did dump a lot of bilge water into different parts of the ocean. Today, they would never entertain that. Today, they are the strongest champions of environmental issues. And, you know, the fact that they have agreed, have committed to utilizing our area says a lot for the area, it says a lot for them. And the fact that they have said that they would not attempt to navigate through One Man Key Channel because of the environmental impacts also says a lot for them.
Which brings me to my other question, and as I said, even if perhaps you might have answered it in your opening statement, let me just ask again. Did Portico receive environmental clearance for its cruise port terminal? Because I heard you mention something to that effect.
Yes, we did, Bishop. We received environmental clearance. We received a letter on April 8th, 2021, after attending my 4th meeting of the NEAC in February 2021. And on April 9th, 2021, I signed an environmental compliance plan with the Department of the Environment of the Government of Belize. Since then, as required by that ECP, we have paid to the government $450,000 in annual environmental monitoring fees.
And just one more question. You had indicated that in a number of your meetings that the Port Authority was present in a number of your meetings.
In a number of the NEAC meetings.
In a number of your NEAC meetings.
Yes.
Can you perhaps maybe share with me, you indicated that you attended a number of meetings or all those meetings? Is that what I heard you said?
I attended 4 meetings convened by the NEAC. There were dozens of other meetings at the Department of the Environment, in the field, with experts and technical people, which I attended as well. It was an ongoing process. I mean, there were meetings of some sort almost every day. When the studies were being carried out, we had a meeting in the evening before the team departed. We had meetings in the morning before they departed. And when they came back in the evening, we would sit at the Biltmore where the team was based and go over the work for the day and meet and plan what we would do the following day. And then in December, I think it was, the entire team, from the Netherlands, from England, we had some of the best environmental consultants participate in this study. And in December, we all came together and sat in Dream Valley Resort for a full week, editing the final document, going through it page by page, ensuring that we could not be accused of cut and paste, because somebody had snuck in a few things. That was eliminated. And the final document was not submitted to the DOE, I think, until March of 2020.
One final question. Has Portico acquired any lands for its cruise project?
Yes, we have. Years ago, Portico acquired our primary piece of land, which is 255 acres that extends from the sea backwards towards Northern Lagoon. That land was acquired through Century 21 from a company called Eastwind Holdings. It is my understanding that
Sir,
that
what's
property,
the name of the company again?
Pardon?
The name of the company?
The name of the company that we purchased it from was Eastwind Holdings. It's my understanding that that company, the land prior to Eastwind Holdings, was owned by the Silky Stewart family. And indeed, the original title for that property goes back, I believe, to 1919. Now, land is an issue. Have we bought additional lands? Yes, we have bought additional lands. Our EIA looks to land on the north side of the Saboon River as a dewatering site for the project. One of my colleagues from Wascales said to me many years ago, says, David, you realize that for every additional mile that we must pump dredge spoils, you are required an additional capital expenditure of approximately 2 million kilometers. We were, at that point, 6 to 7 miles north of our original site. One of my goals, one of my jobs, has been trying to do everything I can to keep the capex for this project as low as we can. because the higher it gets, the harder it is for it to be financed. And it's almost at the point where it's out of control because of inflation, because of fuel prices. Years ago, a gentleman came to me and offered several parcels of land in the area where our main parcel of land is, and asked if I would be interested in buying, and I said yes. And I said yes because I anticipated that if we could use lands in that area as a dewatering site, as compared to having to pump them an additional 6 or 7 miles across the Saboon River to property that is owned by Mr. Pena, it would help to save us capital expenditure of 10 to 12 million euros. And that's big, because, as I've said, I mean, it's a challenge to keep the capex under control, and if we can do so by a dollar, they all add up. Let me say that, you know, it was a risk buying those lands. They're really of no value to anyone right now. And if this project doesn't materialize, it will have been a loss to us, because they're swamp. I was out there a few days ago, and even in the dry weather as it is, I was walking through cutting grass and bush and mangrove and swamp. The properties are of no value to anyone other than us for what we propose to use them for in the short term.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield.
Committee members, with your permission, I'll come just now, Senators, but I just want to make sure that Mr. Gig is aware of the requested documentation and that we're keeping a running list of the documents we're asking for. I believe Bishop asked you for copies of the preliminary studies before the project had been filed. The copy of the registration of the company was asked for by Senator Herrera. The copies of the ECP and the receipts for the payments made for the monitoring, the signing with the Department of the Environment 2020. Did you ask for, Bishop, did you ask for the copies of anything related to the ownership of the land, the 255? No, okay. And then you referenced...
Do you like it? Okay.
Anything that you believe will be helpful to the committee would be appreciated.
That's correct. Thank you. And you have been very helpful so far.
And of course, to substantiate any of the other statements you've made, the advanced water treatments that may exist on all cruise ships now, you alluded that that's a standard protocol for cruise ships, etc. And of course, I'm eager to see that report in terms of the monitoring you're saying that's happening right now in terms of the value of the mangroves to climate change. Because you mentioned just now there's no value except to this project. So I'm
Senator, we're very
looking
proud of
forward
our
to that.
documentation, and we'll gladly share it with the nation.
Well, I think the committee would be helpful to all the documents that you'd share. Sorry, who had their hand up first? Oh, go ahead, Senator Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Gig. Again, we thank you for being here with us and giving us the information that we believe is really helpful to the committee, and we thank you for that. Yes, so I have several questions that I would like to ask. Earlier you mentioned that the project, you had to purchase more land. Can you tell us, and you also said that someone approached you but selling some land. Would you mind to tell us who that person is? Where? Sorry? Your mic is not on.
It was a guy by the name of Mr. Bobby Cadle.
Was he the only person that you purchased land from, or the company?
He represented others and was sort of brokering land owned by others to us. We bought a package for, I believe, $120,000. A package of different parcels of land.
Do you know how many parcels?
I think it was 8.
8 parcels?
Yeah. And Senator Carl, please understand, I don't pay much attention to the details.
Are you aware who owned these parcels of land, apart from the broker that?
I'm aware that various people own them. You know, the situation as I see it is one where a development is created anywhere in Belize, and the land grabbers come out of the woodwork because they see opportunity. And I think this is what happened, and they came to me and offered land, and I said, yes, I would buy it. And if there's anybody else out there who has land that could be useful in this project and help us to keep our capex down, I will buy those lands as well. We need to be able to keep our capital expenditure down. We have to ensure that we avoid pumping 7 miles across the Sebroon River onto land on the north side of the Sebroon River, because it represents a huge dredging cost to us.
Just for the record, again, I just need trying to get some notes. So you purchased 8 parcels of land for a package of 120,000?
It was 120,000, yes.
And those are 8 parcels. Do you know what's the total acreage of those 8 parcels?
I think each parcel was around 50 acres, if I'm not mistaken.
And you said you did not really know who owned those lands?
No.
No, it was just through the broker. And you also said that you were not the ones who went to look for the land, but people came to you.
People came to me and offered them.
Okay.
And if you know anybody else looking to sell, please tell them to get in touch with me.
I do not know, sir. I was looking at the MOU, and I was looking at the signatories. I know you said that, just to track back a bit, that Prime Minister Barrow, Honorable Panton, Erwin Contreras, all of these persons knew about this project that was coming up to the signing of the MOU.
Well, that was really the first thing that happened, and they knew about it because so many other things happened after the MOU. The MOU was September of 2017.
Right.
And that kind of paved the way for everything else that happened after that. And Bishop Begnishe, by the way, the studies that you might like seeing are all online with the Department of the Environment, but I would be happy to send copies directly to you if I had the means to do so.
Back to my questioning.
Sorry, Senator Cal. Just, Mr. Gegg, any correspondence that you wish to share with the committee can go through the Office of the Clerk. The Office of the Clerk serves as secretariat to the committee, so we will make sure any material will be forwarded in that way.
Will do.
I'm looking at the signatories to the MOU. I see, and we're yet to verify these, but I'm sure that, or maybe I should ask the questions. Who were the signatories to the MOU?
Well, the ones that I remember were myself, of course, Mr. Contreras, and Minister Saldivar.
Mr. Saldivar. And why did Honorable Panton not sign? Because she was the...
Senator, it was my understanding, it is my understanding, that Minister Panton did not approve of the government signing an MOU with us, and she refused to sign it.
Do you know of any reasons why?
I can't say that. But I understand that she refused to sign the MOU.
So she was knowledgeable of this project?
She was...
knowledgeable of the project?
Absolutely. We had meetings with the CSCI before that MOU was signed. I checked certain emails last night, and our correspondence and communications with the CSCI goes back to June 15th of 2017, months before the MOU was signed. And there was quite a bit of correspondence at that time, in those months leading up to the signing of the MOU.
Would former EAG Herefit also aware of these correspondence? And of course the MOU?
The former AG was in a couple of the CSCI meetings. I don't remember the specific dates when he was there, but those could be verified.
All right. I would like, clerk, if you can have a copy of the definitive agreement for Mr. Geg. Do you have a copy of the definitive agreement, Mr. Geg?
You have it? Yeah.
Can you confirm that the signature on those are of yours? Who would have drafted the definitive agreement?
Who would have gotten it?
No, drafted.
Morales Perifeed Law Firm. And it was done, I must admit, in conjunction with lawyers for Boskalis in the Netherlands. But
And
the
was-
primary drafting agency was Boskalis Perifeed. Morales Perifeed.
And was the AG ministry ever consulted or involved in the drafting of the
I heard it
definitive
said
agreement?
that he was, but I don't have first-hand experience of that.
Sorry?
I heard it said that he was, but I don't have first-hand knowledge of that.
So you cannot confirm if the AG, the former AG Perifeed would have.
No, I cannot confirm that.
Cannot confirm that. You were mentioning a name. What in your opening statement you were mentioning a name, Duncan. Can you confirm who that is? Because I think you said Duncan attended.
Duncan, Mr. Carl, Senator Carl, and the managing director of Heritage Bank.
Apart from Mr. Contreras, is there any other minister that you were in communication with when it comes to the definitive agreement?
When it comes to the definitive agreement, no. I mean, I had meetings with the minister responsible for the environment. I didn't have official meetings with the minister of tourism, but I met him on several other conferences that I also attended where he had been participating, and we talked about the project. But really, talking with him was more casual and never of a technical and support nature.
As you're aware, Mr. Geg, we had an election in November of 2020, and this definitive agreement was signed just before that. Was there any concerns or was there any reason to rush to sign the definitive agreement or anything of that nature?
I don't think you can say it was rushed, because we started this process in 2017. So we're looking at 3 years leading up to that time.
Right.
I felt we had done everything from an environmental perspective to get clearance. And actually, I was told on August 28th that we had gotten clearance. But it didn't happen. If I was trying to push things ahead, in all honesty, it was because I knew that government would change, and that with that change would come a further delay in having all the documentation concluded. I had no difficulty with the change. I knew it was coming. I was in a much better position to see it coming. But I just did not want to waste another 6 months while new CEOs were put in place, while new processes, changes, require this, require that. And yes, I wanted to get it done.
And it was done.
Well, no, it wasn't done. because without the environmental clearance, the definitive agreement was useless. So it was not done.
Talking about the election, was there at any point anyone in the last government seek campaign financing or anything to try to expedite any of the processes when it comes to the definitive agreement?
Senator, I said that we had been given environmental clearance on August 28th, correct?
Yes.
On, probably around the middle of September, I received a message, and I interpreted that message as saying to me that the concluding of our environmental clearance approved at the meeting of August 28th would not happen in the absence of a campaign contribution.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. Can you?
I said that around the middle of September, after the August 28th NEAC meeting, which supposedly approved our environmental clearance, I received a message, and I interpreted that message as saying to me that the environmental documentation approved on August 28th would not be concluded in the absence of a significant campaign contribution.
That was mid-September of 2020.
Correct.
By whom?
I can't say.
What was the amount asked for?
7 figures.
Can you state the number, the figure?
7 figures.
And that I would anticipate was members of the then government, the then UDP government.
Well, they were the only ones in a position to conclude the ECP. Let me say, or also, after that, there was another meeting of the NEAC called on October 15th. My analysis, by then they knew nothing was in the pipeline, and they were hoping for something smaller. And they didn't get that either. And the fact that that administration did not conclude our environmental clearance should put that issue to rest. We did not pay anything to anybody.
If you would have paid the 7 figures, do you think you would have gotten environmental clearance before the general election?
Well, I understood it to be a quid pro quo.
Thank you, Mr. Geg.
Thank you, Senator Benguche. Oh, please take off. Oh, he took off his mic. Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to keep it short, Madam Chair. I just wanted a follow-up to Senator Carr. Mr. Geg, it is public knowledge now that Senator Panton, and I'm certain that I would not want to speak for Senator Panton, but I'm certain that perhaps because she appeared before this committee, she would at least want to ensure that this is mentioned. And she insisted at this committee hearing that one of her concerns, one of her deepest concerns, was the environmental clearance. That perhaps she would not have agreed, and I have to be careful not, as I said, I would not be able to speak for Senator Panton, but she felt that the steps concerning the environmental clearance was not in order. And so I will ask that at some point in time, you did indicate that there was the environmental clearance, which eventually came. Is that what I'm hearing?
My understanding from Senator Panton was, Honorable Panton, was her concern as to whether or not we would have the financial capacity to pull off this huge project. And that is why I got Boscalis to write to her on May 15th to make it clear that they and their financial circumstance was behind this project. I never got any sense that Senator Panton had concerns about, Minister Panton had concerns about environmental issues. I didn't see it that way.
And Madam Chair, just one other thing. I know Mr. Keg mentioned the message that came to him, but you know, both message and messengers comes in different forms. And I just want to state that aspect. And the angels also brought messages.
Sorry, Bishop, you've lost me in that metaphor. Is that directed to Mr. Gegg to clarify?
I thought I would share that generally.
Okay.
And sometimes they come with good news and good tidings.
Okay. Would you like him to expound on who the angels were?
No, I would have liked to, but I think Senator Carl did ask, but perhaps maybe it would help at some point in time, Mr. Gegg, that both the message and the messengers, for the sake of this committee, that some sharing be done insofar as that aspect is concerned, because I think that is a part of the reason why we are here. And while I understand that perhaps you might want to consult, it is important that information of this nature be shared. But I thank you for what you have presented.
Thank you,
Senator,
Bishop.
I don't have anything to hide.
Senator Antonio Herrera.
Yes, Mr. Gegg, good afternoon again. And I like that you said you had nothing to hide, because as Mr. Carl was expounding on a drafted legislation, there was one that this government took to cabinet as well. Who drafted that legislation? Because this government did take a drafted legislation that was attached to cabinet. Who drafted that legislation? I'm talking about this government specifically. Yes.
I think you'd have to ask that government, Senator. I don't know who drafted that.
Thank you. Next question. You said that the Honorable Senator Perry Feet knew about this, about the agreement. I have asked him as early as yesterday, and he said that he did not receive an email. Or how did you notify him that he knows about this definitive agreement?
By email.
I'm talking about Senator Perry Feet.
By email. Yes.
Is that the copy of the email? Oh, okay. Again, we restate the committee's interest in any material that you wish to provide. Senator Bennett Moody.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for sharing so openly. What you have expounded on has shed a lot of light for us as a committee, personally, for me doing this review or this inquiry. You speak with such authority in terms of the jargons and the terminologies that you use as it relates to this project. Can you share with the Belizean people your credentials as it relates to such project of such magnitude?
Senator, I've been in tourism for 52 years, done every imaginable thing, some good, some bad. I think I can say that I actually helped to bring the cruise industry to Belize back in 1997, 1998. I realized that it was something good for tourism in Belize. I had many meetings in Miami with people like Stanley Longsworth and Martha Williams and Mike Williams and others to encourage the cruise industry to come to Belize. Years ago, I was interviewed on the base of the Radisson Dock, if you might recall, Senator.
You can call my name in my former professional capacity.
And, you know, I've worked closely with the industry ever since. And I guess because of my experience, my ongoing relationship with them, I attend meetings, seminars, conferences 4 or 5 times a year. Just back from Sea Trade in Miami a couple of weeks ago. I not only know what's happening in Belize, I think, but I know what is happening in the broader industry and what their needs are. And I can tell you that this year, Belize is already losing traffic because the majority of ships in the industry today are all much bigger than they were years ago. And they will continue to get bigger, and more of the ships will be bigger ships. And if we can't accommodate them, we will lose this industry completely. We may get 1 or 2 smaller ships, but it will be impossible for us to sustain operations on land just to accommodate the small ships. We need to put the infrastructure in place to accommodate this industry if it's not to sail by us every day. Roatan is popular, Mexico is popular, Costa Maya, Cozumel. We are right in between. We are a perfect location for the industry to grow. They're all imposing restrictions on themselves of better emissions, less emissions, cutting carbon credits, reducing certain emissions to the point where they can no longer operate at speeds in excess of 18 knots, because 18 knots or over means more emissions. So they're imposing these restrictions on themselves. And they don't want to have to run from Cozumel all the way to Roatan, because they're going to have to spend a day at sea, and that doesn't do any good for them. And we are right in between. So, I mean, Belize is a perfect location for a growing, vibrant industry to come here and to create so many benefits as it can. You know, post-COVID, the industry is booming. They all had tremendous issues during COVID because they all had to borrow billions of dollars to stay afloat. And today, Carnival, Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, they're all trying to recover from that huge debt burden that they had to take on during COVID. Were it not for COVID, this port would have been built already, because the cruise lines would have invested. And, you know, let me say that no cruise port can be successful without a supply of business. Demand does not drive a cruise port. It's a supply. And despite the fact that there may be 35 million people cruising this year, you got 4 or 5 guys or groups of guys and girls in Miami who make decisions where their ships will go. If you don't have their support, as we do, you're wasting your time.
Thank you, sir, for sharing that. So based on your introduction, based on what you just shared in terms of your expertise, your knowledge base in this type of project, I just wanted, for information purposes, what type of employment would this type of project have for Belize?
I did a presentation not so long ago to various people in different parts of the country. And one of the comparisons I made was a picture of our port and a picture of the international airport. And just as planes land and thousands of people spread out to San Pedro, to Placencia, PG, Cayo, Orange Walk, Corozal, and stay in thousands of hotels where even thousands more people are required to provide services, tour guides, cooks, chefs, mechanics, you name it. Cruise port is no different. The ships that we are looking to cater to today are 6,000 and 7,000 passengers. I can't entertain 6,000 or 7,000 passengers. I need 5,000 Belizeans on the ground, trained, ready to go, and to be able to entertain and work with us in ensuring that those people have a good time while in Belize. One of the most important things in the cruise industry today is passenger ratings. Right now, Belize gets terrible passenger ratings because of the tendering and because of Belize City. But if we can get this location built, I can assure you that it will create jobs, and I'm talking about in the operation stage, for a minimum of 5,000 people immediately. Drivers, mechanics, tour guides, restaurateurs, food suppliers, farmers. I mean, the business creation is tremendous. I mean, the knock-on effect is huge. Not only that, I mean, if we get ships coming there, they're going to need a container of tomatoes or a container of fish fillets every week to service their guests on board. That's an aspect of the business that we're completely missing because we can't get containers on board those ships. This project, and I have every confidence that it will materialize, will be truly transformational for Belize. Let me give you another example. We have a commitment from one of the largest international hotel chains in the world. They want to build a 300-room resort at our location because we'll have beaches, we'll have duty-free shops, we'll have everything that a tourist is looking for. But more importantly, we'll be a 35-minute drive from the international airport on the John Smith Road to our location. They've looked at Belize. They want to bring in flights. But they said to me, David, we cannot put 300 people in Maya and Tropic Plains and shuttle them out to San Pedro and Placencia at an inconvenience, at an additional cost. They get to San Pedro and you put them in golf carts up and down there. Not going to happen. They are looking for a mainland location where they can put people having landed on their flights, their charter flights, in motor coaches that seat 50, 55 people each, and get them to our location in 35 minutes. And we can do that. We have a letter of intent from one of the largest international hotel chains. They've been after me from 2017. They are more anxious to go than anyone else. But it can't happen without the port happening. So, I mean, aside from the port, which is presently pushing 400 million US, there is a lot of other business that would fall into place immediately were this project to materialize. It will be transformational for Belize.
Thank you for sharing that as well. So remind the general public for me, how many ports do we have at present in our country?
If you're talking commercial ports as well, we have the Port of Belize. We have Port of Big Creek, which is the commercial port. In terms of cruise ports, Harvest Key, of course, is a port with a docking facility. State Bank is not yet open. I doubt that it ever will be. And you have the tendering operation of Fort Street Tourism Village. And what the cruise lines are trying to get away from is that tendering operation, which is time consuming. It's not the safest of activities. And it's one of the things that people complain about the most when they come on a cruise to Belize.
Okay. So if Belizeans were to analyze for themselves all that you have shared, listening to what you perceive would be the benefits for Belizeans and for the country, would there be room for another entity other than Portico in this country?
Another room of what?
As in another port, tourist port?
No.
Of such caliber, of such magnitude?
No.
No.
No. The capital expenditure of this port is such that we need every cruise line that comes to Belize in the foreseeable future to come here to justify the capital expenditure that is required. I mean, that capital expenditure has to be amortized through what's called a passenger fee. Some people call it a head tax. Right now it's $7, 4 of which goes to FSTV, 3 goes to the government of Belize. We have actually agreed to increase the fee that goes to the government to $5, to increase lots of other things, including for UB and manatee management programs and all kinds of really good things, including project finance for the Blue Bond program. But I mean, that fee will have to be $20 to $25 if this port can be financed successfully. And to achieve that, we would need pretty much all the cruise lines to come to this facility. And I'm talking in the next 20 years.
Okay. Thank you. How much land would this project utilize for it to reach the highest state of what we would probably refer to as state of the art for our country?
Well, given the way we're carrying out the development, and given the costs that we are facing, we must implement phases. And the first phase would be actually on the peninsula, closest to where the ships would dock. That's logical. That land that's needed for that is probably no more than 20 to 30 acres. But we can't create a peninsula, keep the dredging at a minimum, as is our objective, and not have a peninsula that is 220 acres. So the peninsula that will be created is approximately 220 acres. Will we use all of it initially? No.
Thank you, sir. If I was a child in Shunush, and I'm hearing everything about Portico and what it would bring to Belize and what it would mean to Belize, how would you describe that to a child in relation to the geography, where it's located, and how that person or that child would be impacted?
Senator, as we speak, as small as the industry is compared to where I think it will be 5-10 years from now, hundreds of guides mobilize daily from as far as Corazon and Benque to come into Belize to avail themselves as jobs as tour guides. If that child is a child, her father will probably get a better paying job because of it. Her father has the option really to get into agriculture and to create produce that restaurants will require, and produce that ultimately could be processed and stacked in containers and sold to the ships. Belize is missing a tremendous amount of opportunity because our agricultural product cannot today be placed on board the ships. So there are lots of opportunities. Better jobs, more benefits for everyone in Shunush. The list goes on.
Senator Moody, sorry. Can I ask that you cede your questioning for the time being, just so I have several senators who have raised hands. Can we come back to your line of questioning? All right. Who was first? Go ahead, Senator. We'll come back. Sorry? Sorry. Are you ceding to Senator Bennett? Sorry. I'm just making sure everybody gets equal time. Go ahead, Senator Bennett. He's ceding the time back to you.
Given the magnitude of the vision that you have for Portico, the full functionality Belize would feel the full functionality about what time frame? Are we looking at the 5-year? I heard you mentioning 5 to 10 years. Is that what you are thinking would be the possibility for us to experience what you have shared in terms of your vision?
Anticipate that we could be open in 2028. And that depends on how much impediments there is to us by sessions like this. We know we have the support of the cruise industry. We anticipate that...
Excuse me, Mr. Gegg.
Given that
Excuse
support,
me, Mr. Gegg. Sorry. Please recognize that the full Senate has authorized this committee to conduct its work under the powers of the Constitution. I cannot, as chair, allow you to infer or allude that somehow the senators, in carrying out their mandate required by the Constitution, is unacceptable. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm just putting that out there for your consideration so that you word yourself appropriately moving forward.
I didn't say it was unacceptable. I said it was impeding.
Yes, and when we have issues of delay, it impedes our work as well. So here we are. I am just saying this work that's being done by the Senate is very important in our carrying out of function of duties required by the Constitution. I'm just putting that out there for your consideration. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah. As I was saying, we anticipate being open possibly in 2028. We know we have commitments from certain cruise lines, and we know that that commitment ensures the tonnage coming to Belize that can justify the capital expenditure. It's all a question now of having Belize gain confidence by the international community, the confidence that it used to have, and that we can access commitments from the cruise lines and from partners like Boskalis, who are required to spend a lot of money and technology in dredging services. The first thing we would do is the dredging and creating the peninsula.
All right, sir. I just have one last question, and then I will revert back should I have a further question through the chair. I'm not a business expert, but I do know that in the business world, at times there are negotiations, there are considerations, there are agreements that are done in an effort to support such a project as you are now sharing with us. Do you believe that what was granted to your company was in the best interest of this country in terms of exemption or any consideration that was given to you?
We don't have any exemptions yet, Joe. I mean, we have a definitive agreement, and that needs to be passed in Parliament. But to answer your question, yes, I think what we expect to have is necessary. Without a doubt, the location is the only one that can accommodate, especially the long term of the industry. Look, you know, there have been others who have come after me for the last few years. I came out of nowhere with this project because I knew that our location was the only one that was suitable. And I started long after the others. And I never got any money, but I knew what I was doing. I know the industry. You know, the cruise industry is my bread and butter, it's my life. I know not just the ships that are being built, but where they're being built, who's building them, when they're going to be in service. I could tell you where every Carnival ship is going to be tomorrow if you really wanted to know. Or MSC, or Royal Caribbean, or Norwegian, or all the new young brands that are coming out. I know the industry, and I know what they want, and I know that the design of our project has been created with the inputs of the cruise industry, because I don't know it all. I rely on the experts to tell us what to do and to where to do it, and to determine that what we want to do and where we want to do it is acceptable to them. Like I say, if you don't have buy-in from the people who own the ships, you're wasting your time. This is a business that's driven by supply. And you have a few companies in the States where a few individuals make those decisions. You cannot convince anyone to come to Belize because you want them to come to Belize. You have to have they have to have your back, or they have to have yours.
Thank you very much, sir. Senator Herrera? Antonio? Oh, you cede to Senator Cal. Senator Cal.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gegg, can you recollect who was the substantive minister for Fisheries, Forestry, the Environment and Sustainable Development in 2020? Dr. Omar Figueroa.
Yes, Dr. Figueroa, yeah.
Was he part of any of the meetings you attended?
No.
No. Did you get in contact with Mr. Figueroa at any time?
There were some communications with his office.
Anything directly from him?
You know, years ago, before he became a minister, I helped Mr. Figueroa launch his jaguar studies in the Gracie Rock area. And we worked closely with him to carry out those studies. And, you know, I admired what he was doing because he was putting trackers on jaguars at the time, and I think that was a good thing. And when I launched this project, I went to see him, and I thought that he would be very helpful and cooperative. And he was initially, but only initially.
It's quite interesting, Mr. Gegg, because just doing some research here to also recollect my memory, that in 2020 was when Dr. Figueroa, well, February of 2021 was the time when he was actually promoted to be the substantive minister for this project, and then hearing from you now that you helped him in some aspect. Now here he was in government, and you and your company wanting to get a project going. There's a saying where people say that there's no free lunch.
There's no
free lunch.
Oh, yeah.
What I'm getting to is that you help someone, and of course when you need help, you'd expect them to help you as well. Did Dr. Omar Figueroa, did you approach him or him approaching you to expedite any of these processes that you would need to get that environmental clearance?
No, Senator. I dealt directly with people at the Department of the Environment. There may have been a couple meetings where his CEO may have been present,
right.
But after an initial meeting that I had with Dr. Figueroa, probably, I don't know, maybe 2018, I did not see him again after that.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, sorry, Mr. Gegg, yes. Several of you have indicated you have long lists of questions to ask Mr. Gegg. I note the hour, and we have other business that we need to do in camera. Mr. Gegg, I will, on behalf of the committee, prevail on you that we suspend your questioning for today and agree upon a date convenient and practical to both the committee and yourself, I want to be mindful of your schedule as well, so that we can resume this questioning. Is that something you can
I
consider?
would prefer to wrap it up today, but if that's what you
Yes.
decide, I will go with that.
Please, based on what I am getting from my colleagues, we may be here until midnight, and typically the Senate is only open until midnight for budget, etc., and we have to be mindful of the staff as well, as much as the committee is determined to be expeditious. So we do commit that we will get a date to you sooner rather than later. Will you be in country within the month of May without divulging your travel schedule?
I could get a call tomorrow, and I'll leave in 2 days.
Okay.
And if it's an important call, I will leave in 2 days. My travel schedule is unpredictable.
Okay. We will fix a date well in advance so that if you get that call, at least you can let them know you've gotten an important call from the Senate as well.
With all respect, Senator, those travel commitments and those meetings are a little more important.
We agree to disagree. But we will commit to getting a date to you and your attorney so that we can fix on the next date and resume the questions. And we can commit that we will, if we need to dedicate the full day's agenda to making sure that we exhaust fully all our questions and that you can share whatever else that you would like to share with the committee in response to those questions, be fully ventilated. I just wouldn't want time to be an issue today, and I know we were flexible in suspending until 2:30 given your schedule, so I hope you will return us the favor so that you can have your attorney with you at the next agreed date.
I look forward to sharing every bit of information that I have. We have nothing to hide.
Thank you for
Quite happy
restating
to
that.
go through the step-by-step to share with you where we are today.
Thank you so much. And before you leave today, speaking of copies, if you could please meet with the clerk and your attorney so that we can make those copies
I
that
will
you
have to discuss
included in your personal statement.
I will have to discuss that with
Yes.
my
I'm
friend.
sure the attorney will advise appropriately. Thank you very much, Ms. Ageg. Safe travels.
Thank you, Senator,
members,
and thank
sorry,
you,
please.
Senators. I hope I've been able to share some valid information with you. I'm happy to come back and share more. This project can be transformational. We need to make it happen. I mean, people need better paying jobs. It needs so much and can do so much. So
We look
let's
forward
make
to
sure we get there.
asking the relevant questions at the next meeting. Thank you,
Yes.
Senators. Can we please suspend here and rejoin in the committee room? Thank you very much. Clerk, can you please?